If you want to see it all, you need a car that can go the distance. The Subaru Forester Hybrid.
First, the hot topic of the hour, Democrats sweep major elections across the country last night, including in New York City's mayoral race and the governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey. Fox Business's Darren Botelho is live this morning in Washington with what comes next. Darren.
Hey, good morning, Maria. So I think we can say right now the polling turned out to be pretty accurate for those high-profile elections all down the East Coast. Democrats winning from New York down to Virginia, starting with Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani besting Andrew Cuomo, running on his platform of tax the rich and free public transit. Over the river to New Jersey now, Democrat Mikey Sherrill, a former Navy helicopter pilot, securing her win over Republican Jack Ciattarelli. Then finally, going down to Virginia, Abigail Spanberger reclaiming the governor's mansion for Democrats over winsome Earl Sears. Mamdani, of course, as you know, the most controversial of the races, with the 34-year-old ending now, for now, the Cuomo political dynasty, defeating former New York governor. So his 20-minute victory speech last night directly attacking the old political establishment, further pushing his far-left agenda and all but declaring war on President Trump.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
And Mamdani, who's been facing questions over his anti-police stances and accusations of anti-Semitism, won the race pretty decisively, with that race being called, Maria, only 40 minutes after the polls closed at 9 p.m. Maria?
Yeah, it was fast, Darren. Thanks very much. Darren Botelho joining us this morning. Your reaction. Emily, Adam, what does that mean?
Well, turn the volume up. That was the strangest thing I think I've ever heard, because it makes no sense. I don't know what he was referring to. I tell you what does make sense. Here in New York, 1% of the population pays 48% of the income tax. Capital goes where it's treated best. If he is going to pay for all these handouts by taxing the wealthy, people are going to leave. And it wouldn't take a lot to completely upset the balance of payments here in New York City, because, again, 1%. You antagonize a quarter of that 1%, and it all implodes.
You know, before the election, we were talking about really how much power the mayor of New York really has to implement these things. Jeffries this morning on Wall Street out with a report telling their clients a couple of the things that he actually could do. Mamdani's proposals within mayoral authority include a broad latitude to advance policies affecting property owners and renewable energy and immigration, intensifying enforcement of housing codes, accelerating city fleet electrification, enforcing sanctuary protections, relies on the mayor's ability to issue executive orders. Emily.
Well, Mamdani's policies ultimately will fail if he's able to implement them. That already might be a failure there, but we know socialist policies fail no matter if he's able to implement them or not. And I want to point out that today, November 5th, feels dramatically different from last November 5th, when President Trump won the popular vote, won 7 swing states. Now we have an anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-police candidate who just was elected to run the financial capital of the world, to run the largest police force in the country, the NYPD, of course. Mamdani is going to be responsible for an $150 billion budget, 300,000 employees, and over 30,000 police officers. So I had a pit in my stomach last night when I heard Times Square erupt in cheers and cars honking, and I wish the best for New York.
Yeah, and you know, there are things that he has proposed that are actually outside of his authority.
Yes.
One of those things is freezing rent. He says he's going to freeze the rent for stabilized tenants. That depends on an independent rent guidelines board.
Correct.
Where the mayor's influence is indirect. So we don't know if he's actually going to be able to do that. Eliminating bus fares citywide requires the MTA to actually make that ruling and state approval. Now, Kathy Hochul may go with him.
Right.
That's fine, but he can't do that unilaterally. Raising corporate or millionaire taxes,
right,
revising property tax structures, and implementing universal child care all require Albany's approval. Again, Kathy Hochul backed him, so she may very well back all of this, but he cannot do that unilaterally.
No, he cannot do it unilaterally. And think about some of these proposals. Let's just talk about rent. Everyone here in New York complains, gosh, it's so expensive, whether you buy or whether you rent. Let's say you freeze rents. Well, if you freeze rents, then apartment owners are not able to effectively raise the rent to cover the cost of maintenance? What if the roof leaks? What if you have a problem with the plumbing? What if it needs, what if there are rats coming in and you need to have the foundation sealed? So what you're going to see is that there will be virtually no reinvestment, no CapEx, no capital expenditures to maintain the quality of properties. So on the one hand, you say, oh, isn't it wonderful? My rent's not going up. Maybe even it's going down. Well, actually, no, it's not, because the quality of the building is going to erode over time.
Yeah.
So there are all these consequences that I don't think people have thought through. They hear the headline, oh, rent's going down. Great.
Who's paying for it?
Who's paying for it?
But again, freezing rent is outside of his mayor's
Correct.
authority. But again, if Kathy Hochul backs it, he can do it. The other thing is implementing city-owned grocery stores. That would need the city council legislation for the program creation and budget support. That's not in his realm of getting this done. If he gets the support, okay. Raising New York City's wage floor to $30 an hour by 2030 is governed, again, by state law. So he's made a lot of promises, all of which are outside of his authority.
And can you imagine if minimum wage were raised to $30?
Wow.
I mean, minimum wage is supposed to provide some sort of floor for gig workers or temporary jobs. If you're going for a job that's got minimum wage attached to it, that's not intended to be a career. But he's trying to make it a career, $30. And guess what? Those jobs will disappear.
Well, we're going to talk all about this morning, what these new governor-elects as well as mayor-elect can actually get done. And we will also take a look at the state of these regions. We're just getting started this morning.
Open BB bots at 9:30 a.m. Congress member Shelley Pingree has just disclosed new stock trades. 9:30 a.m.
Good morning, everybody.
Shelley
Just,
Pingree has just disclosed
and
new
to wish
stock
everybody a good day
trades.
and happy trading. We will be letting this form in the first 15 minutes of open. I will come back on after the opening range is set and there is something to talk about. Oh, and
It's showing potency and vehicle. The last slide is very showing very huge. 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 Okay, so we've got some reports coming out in about 5 minutes. We have the S&P Global PMI composites expecting right around a 54.8, coming out in about 4 or 5 minutes. Quarter to the hour. And the services PMI comes out with that too, expecting 55.2.
And then after that, at the top of the hour, in about 19 minutes, factory orders, ISM, and JOLTS job openings will be coming out. But we do have some reports to key off of. So be careful with your positioning. Typically, there are some spikes either way. So just to know. Usually I like to stay away from being in a position when those reports do come out. Just wait for the aftermath. Just to provide people, users of Sniper Pro and Features Pro ATMs, I have added testing some new features now that I've added. They're looking pretty good. I added EMA blocking, where the EMAs, when they're down or in a strong trend, the counter trend will be blocked. Then in the past, sometimes a counter trend trade will sneak through, so we now prevent that automatically. Oftentimes, though, I'll turn off long or short button just to be on the safe side. So if you don't want to do that, the EMA trend will help do that too. So EMA blocking, the new feature that's coming out. Also, with the new versions that are be upcoming for next week, for release, I've changed the way I've actually added a custom template, time slot template. We've had some issues with it, with custom configurations, time slot configurations that get overwritten with the smart templates. So now with the new setup, that won't happen anymore. It'll have a segregated custom time slot. And it's a template that you would call right here. I'll show you in time slots. And this is for the new version, not the current. You would call for that right here, add custom time slot. You would pre-configure that before you enabled the strategy in settings, assuming that's what you want to do. Otherwise, you can just leave it alone if you don't want to do anything, and the smart templates will run through the normal cycle. Here also, just wanted to mention that I have added a time slot rotation off. Formerly did not have that. You can turn it off too, or turn it on. That way the time slots stay at a static templates if you're choosing, if that's what you want. But if you have rotation back on, it'll rotate with the specific primary template that has time slot configurations. There's a lot taken, but anyway, it's just getting better. We are forever going and improving. That will never stop. Right now, we're within opening range is about 76 points, which is still fairly wide. So expecting a fairly volatile day today. Normally, we're right around 40 points for opening range for NQ. We're trading NQ 1 minutes on Sniper Pro in this chart here. Right now, it has trend follow Pro loaded into the cycle. See what happens with that. And it is now in an active time slot. With the EMA blocking, I've added a line down here on the fourth line, fourth row. It shows when there is blocking currently. Right now, there is no blocking. So whenever there's strong positions where all three successively down in order or up, it'll block the opposite position. So right now there it's mixed. So trading is allowed both ways. Trend detector just showed that the cycle has reached a peak. It may just ride this for a little while. We'll see. Opening range high is 25,576, and the low is 500. There's a 76-point opening range, and that's for 5 minutes for the opening range. This is what you would get with the Platinum member. You have the opening range break here. There's you a multitude of different indicators, and that would be the trading view version only. You're showing a break, line break. It looks like we're heading up. We shall see. So we take a
order submitted.
Order submitted.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
a quick scalp there, and I push up, wait for the next bar to confirm. We have a gap formation on these bars here. Waiting for it to test top, 591. And there are some gaps within the opening range too, just to keep that in mind. Okay, I'm ready. High probability targets that will definitely get filled during the day at some point. But with an uptrend, we are looking for the bullish VGs to be support. Likely that if it comes down to this, it'll probably bounce at about 596. extended hours we were trading, and we were down another almost 300 points. It was just amazing. It then fully recovered. Even overnight, they almost fully recovered.
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping.
Oh, come on. Just keep it going. I bought 2 lots right at this break there and sold one already. Probably should have held them both, but still 1 lot of NQ. That's on my cash account. So I'm sorry I didn't do it here. I'm waiting for Sniper Pro to do this thing here, so I'm leaving this chart alone. On my the eval accounts, PA accounts, I'm running really. And I am doing that live. Oh, holding, and I just moved my stops. Right, shows was the top of the fair value gap, 590. I'll be moving it up though. I'm going to move it up to about 620. And that'll be good. Yep, right about 620 is where another gap is. That's where the stop's going to go. 621. I'm going to move it right now. Come on, come on. That was a pretty big bar, so I am going to
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Order submit.
Order filled.
Order filled.
okay. I am clear positions right now. Just took that profit.
Order submitted.
Order submitted.
Order canceled.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Order submitted.
Order submitted.
Order canceled.
Order canceled.
Okay, well, that my manual trade worked out since Sniper wasn't going to take a trade, which is okay. The algorithms are there to take possible trades that are the highest probabilities, and if the gating and trade conditions are not met, it's not going to take a trade, and you really don't want them to take trades just for the sake of the action. So I was just talking to somebody here, and FOMO, the fear of missing out. When you see all this action going on, you think to yourself in hindsight, "Oh, I should have done this, should have done that." See the picture of this. If you see this, think, "Oh, here, that was obvious, wasn't it?" Okay, and it's all here. Now let's see. What if you were here? What do you do then? Okay, so it's hindsight. Wisdom is much different than real time reality, actually. So anyway, this we'll take trades when the time's right. And typically, 80% of the time, it will take a good trade, one that will actually make you money, other than just the trade. So this setup here is really meant for tool set for traders to elevate their trading. There's a complete console of all these different indicators that provides you with visual signals that will show you and targets, with the fair value gaps, what to do. So it's a multitude of it and it's all condensed into one console. So if the auto trading portion of the strategies do take a trade, I just see that as a bonus. And even then, I'll manage those manually too. Don't have to if you don't want to. You can let it just run its course, but I like to manage them manually too. And then you get these bars like this. What do you do with that, huh? Button pushes. Always best to wait if there's not a solid signal there. the only 2%, so we do have a bit of a trend here. The 15 minutes is showing strength, bullish in the trend there. We're sitting at strong buy on the 15-minute chart. So right now, I would not do a counter trend trade. I did one earlier, but I did that really more for demonstration than anything else. Super trend in the line right now. All right, I'll take out the fair value gaps now.
Algo tree.
This gap is at 656. If we get a bounce off of that, it's almost completely filled too. So we'll see. This is a partial fill, just a little bit right there that needs filling. That fills completely at 640. And then some small ones underneath here. It's starting to pop already, huh? Wow. Well, it's the calm before the storm. Everybody just have to sit and wait. It's like we're going to be consolidating within this area right here. A bit of a line right there when it breaks. Right along this fair value gap right there. Look. So at this point in time, there is a fairly large fair value gap on the 15-minute that's being filled here. So the gap starts at about around 577. So this may take us all the way down to 577. We're down to about here. We're down to about here. Yesterday's basically the opening gap. Once that gets filled, I'm expecting it to bounce. So we are looking for a new day opening gap fill, an end dog fill at 577. And will be the targets and probably a fairly safe entry, at least for the short-term trade. But we'll have to see. It's all over right now, except for the waiting, unless you want to take some entries right now. But I would suggest you wait. I'm looking for 577. I'm going to mute the speaker, microphone right now. I'm just going to wait and look for the action. Otherwise, if you want to target some of these lower gaps, feel free. It looks like we are heading down. We have a super trend. Watch for 640 to break, and if 640 does break, then I would target one between 15 to 621 if 640 breaks. Just as an afterthought, when I say break, I mean when it breaks and holds. Okay, if it breaks, not just like this and bounces off, when it breaks and holds below 640, then you could probably hold the short down to about 621 safely, but that hasn't happened. But yeah, All right, we're at the pivot right now at 640. Pivot is holding. I did take it out though. Now this fair value gap is completely filled. You'll find that happening a lot too. Once a fair value gap fills, it seems to bounce. Or if you're going, into a bearish gap, it actually will refill and reject and come back down. Pretty common, at least in the first pass. So yeah, there we go.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order
Order
submitted.
submitted.
Order filled.
Order filled.
All right, we hit our target there and out of there. Amazing, huh? But look at that. Look at that. Just right at the bottom here. It's like almost like a map. It's like telling you where to go. Okay, so we have an EMA. We have a pretty strong signal for it to go down. So right now we're backfilling a little bit here. We'll see. We should continue to go down. And the next target will be the PMH market high at 596. And just below that at 590. The gap. It should bounce in this area too if it ever reaches that. Or it could be bouncing around. All right, we're back to chop. And so the new feature here, the EMA block, is blocking short entries, which means that the positioning on the EMAs it's pretty strong. So we'll see what happens here. Thought about getting any short, but I saw this. It's kind of bullish here. The down volume is only 38.9%. The up volume at the NYSE at 61.1%. It's showing a bullish trend right now. So this is not a good time to short. Just another example of how this keeps you out of trouble too if you pay attention.
To close the law.
Come on!
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled.
So guys, we are getting close to the 11th hour, which is the time this webinar is due to start. What I'm going to do now is just open up my Tick Strike window, and I am going to mute the volume of Tick Strike. So
Order
hopefully,
submitted.
or maybe I'll just have it very lightly on in the background, just to alert me. I hope that's not too annoying. I just want it on in the background.
Order canceled.
Just in case something happens, and we can talk about it as it happens and have a good discussion about it. So I'm going to go through a couple of slides, and then we can just spend our
Order
time
canceled.
talking to each other. I think just by given the questions that we've had so far, we're going to have some amazing conversations. And one of the things that I've struggled with, which has been absolutely insane, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, is we've just been overwhelmed on the support side of things. Literally overwhelmed. There's been a few days up until I think the last I don't know 6 or 7 days, where from the moment I've woken up till the moment I've been going to bed, myself and a couple of the other guys have just been answering support questions, about Tick Strike, how to use it, people struggling with the download. There's been quite a bit of that as well, helping people get set up. But it's really cool to see how interested people are in the software. It's heartwarming that there's a demand for what we're doing, and hopefully we'll get through this stuff. And because it just seems to be so popular, which is great to hear. So guys, I'm going to just quickly run through a couple of slides just to give you the overall concepts behind Tick Strike, and feel free to ask questions as we go. And then we're going to start talking about how you guys use it and how I use it, how everyone else here uses it. And I think that should be the bulk of the holy moly. So if you're wondering, I wish I didn't start this webinar now because I should be trading this. This is a great move in the NQ. I don't know if you guys can see this chart on the left-hand side. If you're in the webinar and you can see what I'm sharing with you right now. If ever you wanted a demonstration of Tick Strike, it's right there. It's happening live in front of you. This is not a canned webinar. This is real time. Okay, so let's get going, guys. All right, so the big concept, the big idea behind Tick Strike is order flow. So what Tick Strike does is convert order flow, which is the buying and selling that's taking place in the market, into sound. It's that simple. And what we've tried to do in places where we don't necessarily have order flow is replicate that information. So, for example, with FX is kind of across multiple different brokerages and multiple different providers, and there's no centralized exchange for FX. So we've kind of aggregated information from multiple different brokers and kind of made our own version, and it's been incredibly successful. What we've also been trying to do with this new version, which I'm going to quickly throw up, this is incredibly experimental. It's new. So far, it's been working really well, is trying internals. So internal information like the tick, the TRIN, which give us advancing and declining information of the NYSE and the Nasdaq. That's been really, really interesting. I've actually found, I don't know how many of you guys have experimented using the tick. I found it to be really interesting to kind of add that into the mix with my usage of Tick Strike. But we've kind of come up with a new way to expose that same information for markets where we don't necessarily have easy to read information. So that's pretty cool. So the overall idea behind Tick Strike is interpretation of order flow. It's about interpreting this information and giving it to you in a way that's easy to consume. So it's easy to consume because you hear the sound. It's easy to consume because you've got this visual indication of it, and really, really simplifying it. That's kind of the big idea behind TickStrike. And the background of that idea is the pit. So I kind of, yeah, Mark, is being recorded. The background of the idea is from the pit. So many moons ago, there was a great service called Traders Audio. I forget the guy's name. I met him a couple of times as well. He was a legend. Everyone really liked him. If any of you guys are old timers, I'm sure you've heard of the service. But it was basically someone in the S&P pit, and you could hear a bit of the pit action as it was happening, and hear the traders screaming and shouting, and that was a great indication of buying and selling taking place. Because if you're hearing a flurry of people saying buy, 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 and everything they do in the pit or hitting the bid, etc., in the pit, it gave you an indication that something was about to happen. Now, of course, more and more the markets have become digital. I don't even know if the pit runs anymore. It might do, but the last time I visited was 10 years ago, and it was dwindling at the time. But the idea with TickStrike is to convert that same concept of being able to hear people screaming, shouting in the pit, or that information, and provide it for the digital age using what we have available now. And what we have available now is the time and sales. Farid just said CME closed all the pits due to, well, I think that's the end of the pits. They'll probably never be the same again. So the original concept is getting that pit noise style, and converting it for a digital environment and making that work. Does that idea make sense, guys? So what we're doing is converting that old kind of methodology that people used of screaming and shouting, and taking advantage of that, because there's some action that's about to take place, piggybacking off larger traders that were in the markets, and you could see them in front of you. That's kind of the big idea that led to the initial creation of TickStrike, being able to see those flows. So give me some yeses if that makes sense so far. Awesome, brilliant, excellent, 100%. So that was the original concept. Because when TickStrike was initially created, it was, the first idea was, I was explaining with a friend of mine, and we were working on some volatility ideas. And then the financial crisis happened soon after. And then, oh my gosh, this was just absolutely amazing in that first financial crisis. It was a raw version of the product, but it was absolutely fantastic. And it just gave us the information that we needed to take advantage of what was happening in the market at the time. That's it. Wayne, definitely ask me that question again at the end, and we'll talk about it. Okay, so that's kind of the background, the idea behind it. So what's the point of TickStrike? Well, TickStrike is designed to be strategy agnostic. It doesn't matter how you trade. It's about implementing it into your system, so you could be a breakout trader, you could be someone that's looking for just a couple of points or a position. Ben Lichtenstein, that's the one. Sorry, I'm jumping around, but there's some great comments being made in the chat. Ben Lichtenstein was the guy behind Traders. Absolutely amazing, really nice guy. I met him a couple of times. We've had dinner together as well. Really, really cool guy. I hope he's still around doing something in the markets, but really, really nice guy. Yeah, great guy. Great guy. If he's with TD, I'll give him a shout and see how he's doing. Yeah, so going back to the presentation. So the idea behind TickStrike is to be strategy agnostic. So no matter how you trade, whatever you're looking for, if you're a pairs trader, if you're an FX trader, and you're looking for 4-hour breakouts or anything, whatever it might be, whatever method you can explain. I mean, you guys can type into the text chat what you do. There's probably a million market profile traders in here, order flow traders. There's a bunch of ways that people trade and use the information that we all get. But TickStrike is designed to be completely strategy agnostic. You can use it for correlation methodologies. You can use it with a single kind of window up and just look for confirmation of a trade that you're taking on the euro. You can use it in 1,000 different ways. But the big idea behind it, and one of the big ways that people seem to use it, is volatility discovery. They just want to know when something is happening. That's it. That's kind of the most simple use of tick strike I've ever seen. So they're not using it for trade entry. They're not using it for anything other than they're doing something. They might be at work. They might be focusing on other charts. But when something happens and they hear a sound, they'll pay attention to the chart. That's the simplest way I've seen anyone use tick strike, and I've heard it quite a few times. To discover volatility, it's a simple way to do that. So that's one use case. I don't know how many people use tick strike to discover volatility. Give me some yeses. Yep. Absolutely. So a bunch of people use it in that it's an incredibly simple way of using it. I mean, Wayne just mentioned that he's a mean reversion trader. It's great for turning points. It's great for a lot of things because it's telling you in an incredibly simple way what's happening. It's giving you a simplified, objective interpretation of what's taking place. Because I don't know how many of you guys have actually spent some time reading order flow and looking at the bid and ask and watching orders come in. I don't know about you guys. I find it really difficult. It's difficult to pay attention to because you have to have this deep level of concentration and pay attention to the bid and the ask and all of this kind of thing. And what tick strike does, hopefully for everyone, is simplify that information. So volatility discovery, one of the key ways to use tick strike. There's a bunch of other ways, correlation, momentum. There you go. So a couple of people, I'm just going to quickly jump on this, but the financial username and password don't work. I'm missing something. I tell you what we're missing, because what you're missing here is my poor management of this setup. So we actually had in the software, enter your username when you should have been entering your email for Financial Juice. And that's a screw up by me. I tend to do things on the fly. It's great for developing new products. It's great for coming up with great ideas, which I think is one of my main skill sets. But hey, that whole making sure things are kind of, the admin stuff taken care of, that's not my strongest suit. So that's probably what it is. We're gonna, today when we have the sign up process, it's going to completely remove all of that. So the Financial Juice logins will not work anymore. It's going to be completely new setup. It's the free setup will completely go, and anyone that signs up, you'll get your email and password sent over to you. But when the presentations end, we'll keep talking about this, and we'll go through it. I tend to do things on the fly. It's what's made me successful. It's also problematic as well. So we'll work on this, guys. And I appreciate you guys not sending me a horse's head or anything of that nature. Thanks. Yeah, Mark, everyone. So we're basically resetting Tick Strike. It's a chance to start all over again. So there's a bunch of ways to use Tick Strike: correlation, momentum, breakouts, confirmation, capitulation, trade management, divergence, news trading, all of that kind of stuff.
Order submitted.
Tim, you're making me laugh. But what's interesting is that a lot of these ways are actually contradictory to each other, right? So, for example, capitulation is when you see this
Order
entire
canceled.
thing screaming red, but momentum breakouts and momentum breakouts are exactly the same thing. What's the difference between the two is time. The more time that passes and you still see this thing screaming and screaming and screaming, it's likely that there's a lot of stops being taken out and you're going to see a capitulation, right? Whereas if the move is just beginning, you're seeing momentum. It's simple idea, but you can use Tick Strike in contradictory ways, if you watch the markets enough. So someone's asking, does Tick Strike work on the Mac as well? No, it doesn't quite yet. There are a lot of people that ask for this. Personally, I'm deeply offended that anyone
Order
trades
submitted.
on a Mac. I'm kidding. For a long while, no one traded using a Mac, and now suddenly everyone is. So we will definitely get that worked
canceled.
out. So got a couple of small videos. We're going to go through. This is a breakout. I mean, we're watching breakouts happening on the ES right now. On the NQ right now on the chart to my left. But this quick video just to give you a basic demonstration. Oh, Wayne, absolutely. See if this thing works. So here we go. We've got a breakout here on the crude. Guys, the one thing I haven't done really well is get you lots of examples. And the reason for that is I run a couple of businesses and trade. And I just struggle for time to make this kind of stuff happen. But I'm going to try my very best. And hopefully conversationally, we can go through a lot of this stuff as well. But what we're seeing here is crude. We're kind of knocking on support at the moment. We had a first little test of it. We're seeing -11s kicking in, and then we've had this breakout. Did anyone catch that trade this morning at 6 a.m.? I think it was around 6 a.m. Obviously, I run a financial news company, so I have the guys, sending me alerts whenever something crazy happens. But there was an absolutely awesome trade for crude at 6 Eastern, around 6. Hey, Christian, you straight in there. If you guys caught that, let me know. Let me know how you traded it. That'd be great to hear as well. But here's a quick example of a breakout. You've seen the market to the lows. You've seen this thing go absolutely nuts, and the momentum is continuing to the downside. So it's a quick, simple way to use tick strike right there.
Order submitted.
Yes, exactly. Just like NQ is doing right now. It's going absolutely nuts. So this is the next slide is correlation, which is perfectly timed for what you're seeing right now. So we're seeing this breakout. Hopefully, I'm not moving away from my mic too much. We're seeing this breakout take place. Continue to the downside. But whenever there's a strong move, we're seeing a bunch of correlation. We're seeing a bunch of strength behind it. And we're seeing all of this lights up. And correlation is probably, in my opinion, the most powerful way of using tick strike, because if you've got multiple markets that are both positively and negatively correlated with the market you're trading or the markets you're trading, and you see all of them moving together, it's momentum, it's strength, Absolutely. So there's a couple of questions I'm going to try and answer. Glenn is asking, will tick strike work on NVIDIA, mRNA, Netflix, etc.? It will, absolutely. So one of the things we've done is analyze the instruments that people use and basically make those available. So we've got a bunch of stocks already set up. So there's NVIDIA there and a few others. But with the stocks, we're going to initially add them on demand. So if anything you want here is missing, just let me know and we'll add them. And then once we've kind of really got some hardcore testing on the stock side of things, we're going to probably add a heck of a lot more. But we'll make it happen. And Fari's coming with his list. No worries, Fari. We'll get those added pretty soon as well by the end of this week. So if there's any stocks you want, any instruments you want, just let me know and we'll add them. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I thought we added UB. Let me check on that. It's not there. I'm pretty sure the research for that has been done. So I will check on that and we'll try and add it, Wayne. I don't want to be a Lenny letdown and not have that up there. But if there's any instruments that you guys want, I mean, it's an email away. All I want to see is demand for an instrument because it's quite intensive, the infrastructure that we have to create. So we want to make sure we give people what they're after, what they're looking for, and to make it happen. Okay, UB will be a great thing to add. Okay, no worries. We'll definitely add that. Eric, the numbers are intensifying on the tick strike measurement. However, tick strike measures, is it relative scale? Yes. So This is one of the things that's a little bit confusing about. It's not there.
So what do we do here at Financial Juice? Financial Juice is a text and voice-based, free-to-use economic news platform. Our goal being to democratize market-moving news, allowing investors to have their economic universe all in one place. We cover macroeconomic data, the type to move the markets like this, and this. Now imagine trading without Financial Juice to walk you through it. You would miss these market-moving events, and to make what I'm proposing sound like an even sweeter deal, we're fast. Faster, in fact, than all of our competitors.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled.
What Tractor Supply customers experience is personalized service.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted.
So let's bring in our panel, Dana Perino, Shannon Bream, Harold Ford Jr., and Charlie Hurt. Great to have all of you with us
Order
as we look at
canceled.
these results and very significant wins for Democrats tonight, Dana.
So my partner in crime over there, Bill Hemmer, mentioned the polling, and I think that's going to be one of the threads that people are going to want to pull after this, because the polling did suggest much tighter races. That is not what happened. But you know what was undefeated, and I'm sure Britt Hume will talk about this, and that is the betting markets. And so I think that the whole polling industry has to take a look and say, with these phones, with the new ways to do it, what do we don't have a handle on? I do think that to the extent that there was any story at all is a little bit of a surprise. These are blue states. There shouldn't have been much suspense, but I think that because the Democrats are in such disarray, aside from the Democratic Socialists, who appear to be going very strong, the Democrats are going to have a very difficult time. And I know my friend Harold is going to try to say that Zohran Mamdani is not a Democrat.
Well, he's going to start by saying,
socialist.
he's going to start by saying thanks for having me.
He's going to be so glad you're on the table, but he already said that to me earlier today. But I think it's going to be very difficult from a messaging standpoint. All of the energy is behind Zohran Mamdani. And what I remember something that George Will said. Every 20 years or so, people need a controlled experiment in socialism to remind them of why they need adults
Order
in charge.
submitted.
And unfortunately, for the city that is not of my birth, but is certainly the one that I adopted and that I love this place. I do hope for the best. I wish him the best and hope that he can love it as much as we do.
But Harold, you know, a lot of people in New York thought Bill de Blasio was that, and that it didn't work, and that this was not going to happen again. And
Order
here they
canceled.
are. And you wonder what this means for this city and what it means for your party.
Well, it is good to be back around the table. It's a blessing to be able to do this coverage. I'd say a couple of things. The last two mayors we've had in this city, Bill de Blasio and Eric Adams, many people thought that they were national figures, and they embraced
Order
that national
canceled.
figurdom that was put on them. Bill de Blasio ran for president. His campaign was roundly rebuffed. Eric Adams was on a trajectory. Then he ran into some hurdles and opposition, some of it self-inflicted. But as he leaves office tonight, crime is coming down, and New York remains a place where people want to invest. We come to Mr. Mamdani. I'm surprised by some of the numbers also. I'm a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat socialist. Tonight will be interesting to hear his speech. Is it unifying? Does he reach out to Jessica Tisch? Does he try to allay some of the concerns?
The police commission.
Yes, Jessica Tisch, who's our police commissioner, who has shepherded this crime reduction, violent crime reduction in our city, and made, I live in this city and vote in this city. My kids go to school in this city, and make it easier for kids to take the subway, and for that matter, all New Yorkers to take the subway. Two, this was a good night for Dems. If Dems had lost one of these states, we'd be saying this is a terrible night. Dems won by 14 points in both Virginia and Virginia and New Jersey, and we won the Supreme Court races in Pennsylvania, and we retained the Public Service Commission seats in Georgia. Now, some will say we held serve. you got to hold serve to win. This is tomorrow as we get ready for the political day, Mr. Trump and Republicans will have some questions to answer. The shutdown will still be on people's minds. I'll be curious to know if we look some of the polling. Did the shutdown play in New Jersey and Virginia in these last week or two as we talked about SNAP benefits and so forth? I don't know the answer to that. And two, there's a big conversation that's going to take place at the Supreme Court tomorrow about the legality of the tariffs. So the world goes on tomorrow. But as we sit here tonight, Democrats had a good night. And where I agree with Dana, we've got to decide if Mr. Mamdani is going to be the face of our party. I mentioned de Blasio and Adams because everyone thought they could be the leaders. But I argue the San Francisco mayor, Daniel Lurie, a Democrat who beat a Democrat in the primary, who wanted to face down crime and make San Francisco more attractive. The mayor of Philadelphia, who beat a Democrat, a black woman, who's addressing crime in a very different way. So there are mayors around the country who had to deal with realities. I wish Mr. Mamdani the best, and I hope that the questions that people have about anti-Semitism and his lack of commitment to our police, I hope he's able to allay some of those concerns starting this evening.
President Trump is weighing in. He just posted on Truth Social, quote, Trump wasn't on the ballot and shutdown were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight. Charlie Hurt.
That's a very Trumpian message. And it's true. I would say that it certainly was not a bad night for Democrats. But I would temper it a little bit. You know, if we sat back 6 months ago and sort of predicted the outcome of all of these races, we probably would have done a better job of getting it all right than you would by reading the polls in the last couple of weeks. Dana raises a great point, though, about the betting markets. It's like, who is it that's getting in late? I mean, they nail these things. Yeah. And even if the betting markets are wrong the day before the election, by the time, polls close, they are like within a tenth of a point. It does kind of, I'm suspicious enough that makes me wonder whether or not it's not campaign people doing it. But look, if you go back 40 years, not only are Virginia and New Jersey both solidly blue states now, if you go back, their reputation for voters rejecting whatever party won the White House in the previous year is almost without fail. There have been two examples, one in each state over the past 40 years, where they haven't done that. So this is not to be unexpected. I don't think that it's not a bad night for Democrats, but I don't know that you can really spike the ball here. Certainly Democrats won the expectations game because of the last couple of weeks, but they still have monumental problems. Not only do you have a communist in New York City, and we'll see how he decides to govern, but you also have the Jay Jones in Virginia that Republicans are going to be able to run against both of these people all across the country.
Shannon, one of the things that President Trump has gotten a lot of traction on is the issue of crime, removing illegal migrants who are here who have committed crimes. And Mamdani, has said some very dark things about the New York City police. We all remember Bill de Blasio having the police en masse turn their backs to him at a New York City police officer funeral. So that's one of the things that I think we're going to really be watching is this relationship with the police, because 9% are going to leave the city. It's going to be a huge percentage of police officers we know as well.
Yeah, and think about what he said about not working with the NYPD, working with ICE, not working together. And he said essentially wants to double down on the sanctuary city laws that you have here in New York City. And so for a lot of people who live and work and spend their money here or decide to take it and go somewhere else, that's been a huge issue for him. And also all of these promises that you can always make the promises during the campaigns. We know that's what all candidates do. There are some folks, like very controversial folks like Linda Sarsour, who say, I'm going to be staying here and watching. You can't just go in there and do whatever the hell you want. We're going to be enforcing from the outside to make sure that you line up with the progressive things that you promised and that we put you there to do. So it'll be interesting to see how he governs.
Some of those interviews, he was walking back a couple of the things already as of this morning.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
If you live in a Georgia zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. Georgia drivers pay the most for car insurance out of any state in the country. As we all know from the recent 2025 leak, insurance companies are now in trouble for overcharging Georgia drivers by as much as 80% for the same coverage. We call drivers in this state gold tier clients, the ones we'd fight to keep because of inflated commission. But here's the dirty secret. If you're in Georgia, they won't let you know you can lower your rate now, and they're happy to keep overcharging you. My neighbor Jessica from Atlanta, perfect record, was paying $180 a month for 15 years. I told her, try out my new website. She found the same coverage for $72. Save 60% after filling out the form through my official website. After 30 years in insurance, here's the truth. If you live in Georgia and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, you're being overcharged. But they won't call you with a better rate. Why would they? You're already paying too much, and their shareholders love it. I'd quietly tell my favorite clients, be proactive. Go through my service and get what you deserve. When you click below, you'll reach my website where you just fill out an application. It takes about 5 minutes. It will ask for your zip code, about your vehicle, and some other information. Then it will show you what you qualify for. Georgia drivers with 0 DUIs can save up to $610 per year. Here's what most people
There's nobody in the Senate that can lecture me on immigration. This is not a political issue. I've lived it my whole life. This is not immigration. 3.3 million people released into the country, 5,000 to 10,000 people a day illegally arriving in the country. That's not immigration. Immigration is a good thing. Mass migration is a bad thing. There's nobody in the Senate that can lecture me on immigration. This is not a political issue. I've lived it my whole life. This is not immigration. 3.3 million people released into the
better. She just lays down a sack.
And the diving catch by Warren for the double play. Jesse Warren laying out.
Better.
Is serving on your HOA board starting to feel like a second job? Until recently, I've loved serving on my HOA board, but the inefficient operations and financial reporting has totally drained me of all my free time. And I haven't been able to focus on improving my community, so I convinced the rest of the board to get real managed. And since then, things have been completely streamlined and simplified. They handle all day-to-day management and communications and everything that goes into association finances, like comprehensive budgeting, monthly and year-end financial reports, general ledger management, and
Oh, shit.
Who did this?
Not me. The cup.
Go ahead, go in one time. Oh, two. Two. 7, 8, 9. You stole something from me. Go ahead, go in one time.
Hey, gave everything out there.
The runner at second base, Norton. He gets it down. Oh, it's perfect. He's rolling away. Like Mary's going to win the Little League World Series championship. Nobody was there. And for the first time, Florida are Little League World Series champions. The runner at second base, Norton. He gets it down. Oh, it's perfect. He's rolling away. Like Mary's going to win the Little League World Series championship.
What's the ball, y'all? What's going on? Can we get that in control? Ready? What's the ball, y'all? What's going on? Can we get that in control? Ready? What's the ball, y'all?
Hey, Jesse, how do I tell all the guys are doing a great job in Spanish? Right? Okay.
How long does it take to become a master of AI?
28 days. Day 3, you'll be.
This will go down as the most cinematic ending to a World Series in history. I just want to watch it one more time. Starting when Rojas tied it up in the top of the 9th. the unsung hero. He spit out his tobacco chew or whatever that is. That was my reaction too. Crazy tensions. And then that, dude. Barely. Literally a game of milliseconds and millimeters. And then this was absolutely ridiculous too. I thought these guys, I mean, they crash into each other. The focus you need to, body check your own teammate to grab that ball, just locked in. And then top of the 11th, you have Will Smith just drilling one to take the lead 5-4. And to end the World Series, a nice double play. The drama was insane. The buildup was insane. Man, what a season. This will go down as the most cinematic ending to a...
Speaker Johnson, hi. Congressman Member Luz Rivas from California on behalf of freshman class.
Okay.
I'm delivering a letter
Okay.
demanding a meeting with you on the shutdown and also
Democrat
sharing.
freshman?
Yes, I'm a Democratic freshman.
Okay.
And sharing constituent stories from across the country and how they're impacted by your shutdown.
My shutdown?
Yes.
Well, I'd love to talk to you about that.
Yes.
Remember,
Oh,
we
then
voted
please-
14 times to open, Democrats voted 14 times to close.
We voted to protect health care for Americans.
Healthcare is the debate we were supposed to have in October, November, December. It was always going to be on the schedule. Did they tell you that?
Well, we're here ready to work.
I'm
We have
glad, I
been
know.
out of session since September 19th.
Because the House did our
That's your decision. We could be doing
It is
the
my
job
decision.
now. We
No.
could be in hearings right now.
We have to get the government open so that we can get paychecks and services and health and food and
Well, you're in
medical services
control.
to everyone.
We can do that.
I'm not in control. We need 5 Democrats in the Senate to help us because we only have 53 votes.
But we could be here working towards a negotiation and
There's
hearings.
nothing-
There's a process.
There's nothing we can do that's
right?
more important than getting the government open so everybody can have all their services. I mean, I know we agree on that. You're in
Well,
debate
you said
every
you would like to meet with us. That's a request
I
from
will.
freshmen and stories from our constituents and how they're
I
impacted.
got a bunch of them too, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Speaker Johnson, hi. Congressman Member.
How many paper plates does it take?
President Trump just totally doxed Chuck Schumer. Look what he put.
This fall, he.
Oh, no, no, no.
Come on, come on. Right.
Oh, no, no, no.
Come on, come on. Right.
This is a new Sison V8.
Oh, boy. Look at Shohei just waving him off. Turning around, telling his dugout, stay put, right? Fine. Then afterwards, he's going over to the Padres.
You have the...
Have you ever seen a shot so unbelievable that even in your wildest dreams, you wouldn't believe you could make it?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
As we see here, the
Illegal immigrants should not be.
Have you ever purchased anything in a cannabis?
Ground ball right side. Rizzo. Nobody at first.
Oh, hell. Damn it. Ugh. Ah! It's in my eye! Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh! What the? Ah! Damn it! What the son of a... Oh! Screw this crap! Ah! What the? Damn it! Oh crap! Son of a... Oh! Get off! Get off! Screw this! Ah! Come on. There we go. What the? Ah! You... What the hell? Damn it! Throw this! Oh, hell! Damn it! Ugh. Ah! It's in my eye! Oh my gosh! Oh! Oh! What the? Ah! Damn it! What the son of... Hey, drop it! Whoa. Not today, buddy.
money. Huh?
Hey, drop it! Whoa. Not today, buddy. Ah! Get off my porch!
Huh?
Funny!
Easy money. Huh?
Hey, drop it! Whoa. Not today, buddy. Ah! Get off my porch!
Huh?
Funny!
Easy money. Huh?
Doubles last night.